Let's go. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Let's see. We have Dust We Return to Dust We Return in the chat. Welcome back. First one in the chat. Let's go. We're gonna live today like it's our last day. We live like we're dying. We just live like we're dying. And how do I want to live? I want to be having a good time. I want to be doing what I enjoy doing with the people I love being with. And that's you guys right now. So let's go. Let's go. Zico, Ninja, Andres, James, Bismax. Oh my gosh, you guys are all in chat today. Ooh, just trying to catch my breath from that leg workout. I was doing a little leg. See me that little leg exercise? What's up from Holland? Grind today, just started 12 hours ago. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so check this out, guys. You know I like looking at Reddit. So this guy, he was hold up, let me pause for a second. This guy, he worked 7 years as a front-end developer, many leading roles. After AI, he found that he hated coding. And when I read that, I was like, what do you mean you hate coding? Coding is the best it's ever been. That's what I think. But then I kept reading it and I realized that he's just saying that he can create more things like he wished he could create as a kid. See, he was a programmer. He wanted to make many things as a kid. Found out he had to freaking work so hard fixing issues, unnecessary problems. And now with AI, he basically just does everything. And now he's just coding whatever he wants. And he loves AI. That's what it says at the end. So he doesn't hate coding. He loves coding. And that guy, he posted this 10 minutes ago. So it's super dope. And then I was looking at another post. Vibe coded 30 apps in 2 years, 6 still in production. Here's what I learned. Biggest advice from this guy, Sweaty Competition, in vibe coding on Reddit. He thinks that building reusable bricks is the best advice he could give for a new vibe coder. And basically what he's trying to say with reusable bricks is that you want to tell your agent to create things in a stateless way so you can reuse your code. You want to reuse segments of your code in different places. That's what he's talking about. So if you have you want to tell your agent, hey, create this button or create this function or create this use case, but I want you to make it in a way where I can reuse it again somewhere else. So you want to make everything reusable. That's what he's talking about. And I agree with that. That's actually an old coding technique that people do still to this day. So yeah, it's basically the main thing with coding is you always want to make sure you can reuse things, because sometimes code can get written in a way where you can only use it once. And what else he recommends is picking a stack and sticking to it. I think that's the reason why that's useful from my perspective is because once you run into bugs, issues, or you learn something like if you're using AWS to host your server, or if you're using Vercel or whatever it might be, whatever you learn from their SDK, it's going to be easier for you to implement like new things, because otherwise you could get stuck in learning infrastructure stuff if you end up switching between using this infrastructure or that infrastructure. It's better to just stick with what you're learning, because if you can just get an app or website up and running, that's the most important part. So yeah, always stick with just stick with the infrastructure that you're learning. Unless you're like required to go to a new infrastructure because of the thing you're trying to build. But if you don't have to go to a new infrastructure, there's no point. Like for instance, going from Cloudflare to AWS, like why switch if you don't have to? You know? So I would definitely agree with that one. Yeah, so this was just, I thought this was good advice from somebody who's been vibe coding for a long time, and then just some hype. Thought I would share that. So today, guys, I have a clear context, and basically what's up, Pyren? Yeah, my background is real. What's good, Billy? Keep the grind going up, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's go. Golden Bridge AI. You know me. How? Who is this? You know me. Okay. Okay, guys. So what you do know me is I am a very I like to focus in. I like to keep the energy. I like to shift my energies from my workout energy into peaceful vibe coding energy. And I've been thinking a lot lately, and with my app and vibe coding in general, I realized that I can make a lot of things because the way that AI works and the ability to create things so fast, that I may be able to create a whole nother application, which I'm thinking about potentially making a game on the side as a side project for fun, so that we can all interact together inside of a game on stream. I think that would be super sick. So it's just a side project, but I might actually put a lot of thought into it and give a decent amount of time. But I can't give, like, I have to create this app that I'm working on, obviously. I mean, I don't have to do anything. I want to do this. Like, this is what I want to do most. So I want to keep working on my app, like probably like 80% of the time. But and I think like 20% of my time I might put into like this game, so we can like actually interact with each other through the internet on a game. It would be super cool. I think it would be super cool. Something fun, you know? But it would be, I want to create something that's like my vibe and like my style of game. I have like certain styles of game that I like. So I would definitely create something unique for myself and for you guys to try out. Okay, Golden. I'm gonna turn on my Nightbot in a second. Nightbot. Dashboard. Regulators. Chat moderation. Repetitions disabled. So now it's just, I'm disabling that, so. Alright, let me just go. Let me do something real quick. Okay, all right. So what I want to do with the app today, guys, is I want to gosh, I really want to get a game started in the background. I'm not sure what I'm gonna call it yet, but I have an idea in my head that I'm like envisioning it. I think I might start working with it like off stream and then get it going, and then once I have it going, then I'll start doing it on stream, because I have like to give it a lot of I don't know, maybe we can do it at the end of stream today or something. What's up, Classy? What's up, Classy? Yeah, it is interesting because today is it actually was a bit cloudy when I started, but the clouds are clearing up. Sun's coming out, so that's good. It's good. Okay, okay, so what I want to do is I want to update the app, the menu. I want this to be an X in the right side, so let me update that. When I updated the menu recently, I think if you look at a previous get commit, I updated the menu, and it pulls now from the left to the right. And what I want to do is I want to keep that X button that was in the corner, top right corner of the menu, instead of using the hamburger icon. So when it's open, it should be an X. And then also, what I would like to do is I'd like to make the light and the dark modes buttons smaller, so that can easily be something that gets added just like right, like more. I want the buttons to be more the size of the home button and the menu button for the light and the dark, and just the day as it is for the current mode on the left. What's up, Tree Cities from Ohio? Did you try out Figma Make? It's an amazing design prototype first for AI. When you are satisfied with the result, you can give it to Claude Code. Yeah, I haven't done that yet, but I'm really excited to get this game side project going. Spain, wow, from all over. Yeah, the also, you guys are I see you guys like talking in the chat about the glasses thing. Also, I have a mirror right here. This is a mirror, actually. It mirrors the light coming out of the window. So low-key, I have wait, let me see what this says. The sun's coming from right here too. For the light dark buttons at 64 points, the same as the menu buttons, where should I sit them? Where should I sit them? What do you mean in the light section? Oh yeah, probably here. I see what it was trying to say. I'd recommend you get the design options as HTML. Yeah, that's what a lot of people, that's what Claude is actually doing, is defaulting to HTML instead of MD files. Damn, use natural light reflected instead of LED. Yep, that's what I do. And Godox has a good mirror that is not, it's like a diffusion, it's a diffusion mirror. So using something like that. Actually, I'm using exactly that, actually. error, working tree. I just want to see what this says, because this is my plugin at work right now. There's not actually an error. It's just I just wanted to see why it gives an error, because there's not actually an error. Use working tree subagent skill. I think I'm gonna ask Claude about this real quick. Claude, I noticed that whenever my plugin is installed, enabled for both of them, the iOS agent plugin and also the working tree subagent, I noticed that it signifies there's an error that comes up, but it's not there's not actually an error, because all it's saying is that it should create a subagent and not do the work directly here. So is there any way you can figure out how to not trigger an error with the plugins? Because this is just naturally how the app works, or how the plugin works, and it's working properly by doing this. So maybe this is an error from Claude, but not actually the plugin. If you could please tell me the issue that's going on, and then create a detailed plan to fix it. Give me that information. That would be useful. Okay, so let's go, guys. Guess what? Because I see the Felix XQC thing. I was at the beach yesterday, and somebody, I was just walking on the path. Somebody came up to me, and they literally said in person, "Are you XQC?" They literally said that. They don't even know that I stream or anything. It's crazy how much I get that comment. I actually, I don't know if I like it. Maybe I should get a haircut. Maybe I should get a different haircut, guys. How are you past images into herder? I find I have issues sometimes with context from them. Oh, interesting. I haven't ran into any issues with herder actually, and images. Not yet, at least. Not yet, at least. How do you feel about Opus 5 limits? I haven't ran into any limits personally. What's up, Patrick? This is called herder. Okay, so let's see what this says. I think this is finished, but I'm gonna run my new plugin. Do I have simulators? Wait, I gotta delete the stuff from my desktop. I have my screenshots still in here from the thumbnail. Okay, so what I want is I wanted to see if I had, yeah, run.sh is all in there, so I shouldn't even have to really run /simulator start. But if you guys want this plugin, start simulator for Claude Code, I want to see how many tokens it uses when I run it through Claude versus run it through here. The script that I wrote. What's up? 335, how's it going? When you see, I'm not sure when, Classy, but that would be an interesting situation, wouldn't it? Okay, so let's see what this says. Copy full message, paste it in here. I dug into the plugins. Here's what's actually happening. The diagnosis, the red error, Claude UI, not your plugin. It's not my plugin that's giving the error message. The fixable part is that it fires at all. Okay, so how do we fix it? The actual fix. Okay, but I want it to be, okay, let me tell Claude to do this. Okay, I want you to implement this plan. But the main thing is I want this implementation is what I want, but I just want you to make sure while you're implementing this that it actually every single time is recognizing that that it's checking for a GitHub project and it creates the subagents. That's a crucial factor. So it can't mistakenly not do that, because I need that to happen every time that it's in a Git project. And just trying to mitigate this error is all I'm trying to do. It works. It's working properly. So thank you so much for implementing this. Opus is dope. Yes, it is. It is. And even other developers, for anyone who's not a developer, here's just another developer, right? Because I'm a developer. I've been coding for over 10 years. And here's another one who's been coding for 7 years. I just was reading this. And he's basically saying the same thing. Like, he stopped coding. Not stopped coding, but he stopped writing code by hand because how useful it is to use AI. And so I just want to let you guys know, anyone who's out there who's not a developer, is that Claude Code is 100% legitimate. You can create whatever you want to create. You can make your app, you can make your website. What system? You slinging at home curated skills, or do you start like open spec? Captain, I created a custom plugin. I've been working on it for like all of yesterday, and basically the custom plugin that I created, I'm gonna put it on the marketplace so that you guys can download it too. But I created this plugin right here, which is called the iOS Agent Simulator plugin, and that is actually useful in conjunction with iOS Simulator Skill, which this Connor Luddy guy created. And so if you install both of these, it helps for doing iPhone apps with Claude Code in the command line. And then also I created this working tree subagent skill that it works well with my iOS Agent Simulator. Sorry, I'm being ADHD with that freaking up and down arrow. And then so the worktree subagent skill, basically every time I give an update, so for instance like this update that I just gave, I basically, oh wait, why is this the agent? I want this one. I basically made a what did I check? Oh yeah, every time I update the app, so for instance if I give it a change, like I just changed these buttons right here, dark mode, light mode, and I changed this little menu icon. So what that'll do is it'll spin up a subagent, create a working tree directory within my GitHub project or Git project, and then the subagent starts working on the changes. So therefore I can go to another agent and give it another prompt, and it'll create a separate working tree and a separate subagent to start fixing another issue or like creating another change in the app. And then how the simulator works is I have this agent simulator. So this is my simulator, iPhone 17 Pro, where I view all the changes, and then I have this agent simulator, which the all the agents that are working on updates it'll launch it, and then it'll like start testing things on its own. But the reason why I have to have two is because I was like viewing the app to try to make changes or like just see like what's going on, and then the sub agents, because I could have 3-4 sub agents running, and so what would happen is it would like quit out of the app and then reopen it again, and then quit out of it and reopen it again. And I'm like, yo, these sub agents are like going crazy, messing with while I'm trying to view my app. So I had to create these skills and plugins for Claude Code to. So yeah, anyways, that's my workflow. And the cool thing is, like, I know I have a few people in chat that are new right now. So if like the little / commands I added, so everything, you click start sim, and then that starts a simulator. And then I could also like stop all. So like I could stop the agent, stop the sims, but I could also start all and stop all. And then also there's like this sim init. So if I go sim init, no, I think it's init sim maybe. Yeah, init sim. And what that does is it creates, wait, it should be sim init. Sim init? Oh yeah, there you go, sim init. It creates these folder, these scripts inside of your project, and then what that does is it allows me to come up here and just do run.sh, and what that'll do is it'll run the build script. So I don't actually have to ask Claude Code to run the simulator. It'll just run the app straight for me, straight from command line. It's so much better, because it wastes tokens telling Claude to do everything. So it's pointless to constantly be asking Claude to run the simulator, because that's what I was doing all the time. Run the simulator, wasting tokens. So that's why I created those scripts to do that. And then and so that plugin is actually it's not available on the public marketplace yet, so I have to create a Git repo and then post it to GitHub so that you guys can have access to it as well. How much I bench? I could bench. I actually probably, I haven't benched in a while, but I used to be able to bench like 200. But I don't think I can bench 200 right now, actually. In kg. How many plates is... Wait. I benched the bar plus 45 pounds plus 35 pounds. So how many pounds is that? 45, 90, 180, 205. Yes, 205 is the heaviest I've ever benched working out. What's 205 pounds in kg? That's 93 kg. So that's how much I've ever benched, the highest. But if I went to go bench like right now, I probably would only be able to bench like 180. Just because I've been using dumbbells and I haven't been benching that much. So that's where I'm at with that. Let me see what this says. Done with the working tree sub agent. It's built, tested, installed. Oh, and installed. It installed the new updated plugin for me. Wait a second. Do I have to reload plugins or reinstall the plugin? Could you give me the commands just to make sure it's operating correctly now? Yeah, chicken. Can you explain this localhost tool you have when you copy your text over from Herder? I don't get it, says James. Yeah, let's give it. It's about to give me an answer right now, so I'm about to use it right now. So I do /copy. What copy does is it copies the text. So it copies this information here. We see how messy this looks? It's so hard to read this. And then when I come into here and I paste it, look at how clean it looks. It gives me the same information. This information right here is the same information right here. Just way harder to see what's going on. So this little icon right here, it just pastes the text that I have copied. So I do /copy, click this little guy, and then it drops in what Claude's talking about, and it puts it into little code blocks. So I can edit this, and I could copy it. I can come in here, and then I could also save it. So if I want to save it, so I don't lose the information, stuff like that. Restart Claude after, and then I have sections over here, so I can create sections of information, like if I have different things I want to save in my paste history. After restart, confirm. Restart Claude, quit and relaunch. Control C twice. And restart again, that's what loads. After restart, confirm. Yeah, James, I'm gonna make this public. So I already have the URL. I have a domain specifically for this. The only thing I need to do, oh, here, we could do it right now. What I need to do is I need to create a login page for this. So that you guys can log in, enter just like an email password type thing, and then save your own history of information. I just have to create a login. That's all I have to do. And then I can make it public. Because right now it's just a localhost and it's just all my information basically. So I couldn't post this on an online server just yet. Opus 5 is definitely feels like Fable 5 except cheaper. That's my opinion on it. And actually I want to see what model I'm using. Yeah, I'm using. Okay, Claude plugin list. Copy the real test. In this repo, ask for an individual trivial change. Okay. I kind of want to just reload my plugins real quick. Whenever just a quick question, when I reload plugins on one Claude agent that's loaded, does it load it on the other ones, or do I have to do it on the other ones too? I think I have to do it on the other ones too, because yeah, you have to reload each one. It's so much harder to read that text, I swear. Let me type it in fully so I can actually copy this. Just do it like really quickly. Copy. Nope. Okay. So that way I can just do all my agents real quick. Okay, that's all of them. Alright, so now, what's up, Andrew? How you doing? What have you done since the beginning? It's called Herder, David. Okay, so here we go. Now I'm gonna come in here. I should probably make a command for that, low-key, in Nightbot. Seriously. Let me go into my CLI text so I can add this update for you guys. Okay, well, here's what I need. This is a decent change that I'm going to be adding. So there's currently a local database saving all my paste history. What I need you to do is I need you to create a login page, just an email and password. I want you to save an email and password, but the password should be what's the word for it? Hashed. The password should be hashed, so that it's not viewable inside of the database once it's saved. And then I want all of the current history that's saved locally right now to be saved. Or here's what I want to do. Can you just create a new database system actually, and just keep the current database that's in there? Don't touch it. Just leave it. And I want a new one, and this one's gonna be called, just call the database CLI text DB, and leave the pasted text DB SQLite. Just leave that alone. And then I just want to be real simple. When the site first loads, it loads email, password, boom, hashes the password, saves that to the database, logs in the users, adds a cookie to the browser window that they're logged in under that user, and then associate all the pasted history and the sections that that they have and everything associated with that specific user. But I want you to use the user the ID that's generated from the email and the record that's created in the database. Don't associate it with the actual email address, just associate it with the ID of the record of the person's account. And that way, the main objective for this update, while you're coding this, is just do the exact same thing that's currently being implemented, just creating an email password so someone can log in and have their own separate paste history. And then I'd like the email to be displayed for the account that's logged in under somewhere under where the new section button is, down there at the bottom. Should say the email they're currently logged in with, and there should be a little button that's just like a log out, like you know how the icon is that have that little arrow like exit the website, and then that just takes you back to the login page. Okay, there you guys go. So that this little site that I have is going to be public for you guys. And then I'm going to probably host it somewhere simple. And the only thing though is I have to create a place for the database. So anyone out there have a good simple recommendation? What does Vercel do for databases? Do they have something? Or maybe should I just do it all on I'm not sure where I should actually host this yet. What should happen to your, like I could do AWS, but I feel like AWS is so complex for something so simple. What should happen to your existing paste history when the new user scope database is created? What should happen to your existing paste history? Everybody likes Cloudflare. I hear that all the time. Super bass. Super bass. I never heard of super bass actually. How should the login page have when someone submits an email and password? I just want it to be super simple, nothing complex with this website. I want the login session to be active as long as the cookie is still in the browser. What's happening here? Can you update the underneath light on this page in the sections where it says as the day is? That should just say that button needs to be smaller. It needs to be the same. It needs to be the same size as the text that's fitting in there. It shouldn't go all the way across the whole screen like that. And the buttons should say same as system, because that's it. That's what's happening, correct? If that is what's happening, then I want it to say same as system. What says as the day is? Wait, I actually have a question, because that would be kind of cool to change the theme based on the night. It's currently, there's a setting in the app that changes the theme, and there's light mode and there's dark mode, and then there's this button that says as the day is. I'm just wondering if that's hooked up to the settings inside of the actual phone settings of light mode and dark mode, or is that dynamically changing based on the time of the day? And also, I'm curious, does the iPhone have a way to change from light mode to dark mode based on the time of the day? Just wondering. Can you clarify this for me? Did it implement this already? That was so fast. Here's the design. users sessions. Pasted categories, pasted text. Clear. What's the most popular password hashing npm package that can be installed? What's up, Zico? Thank you. Let's go. It's a group, baby. Let's see what this says. This is the day and the night mode thing on the app that I'm trying to understand. Short answer is it follows the phone, not the clock. I think it would be cool to follow the clock. Okay, let's add a different setting. Okay, I have a cool idea. I want to add another button in the app for the night mode and the dark mode, or the what am I saying? The light mode and the dark mode. I want there to be a button that is actually being set so that when the sun rises and the sun sets, the theme changes from light to dark. And then I want to keep the current button that just does same as system. So there should be a button that's same as system, a button that changes the light mode into dark mode based on sunset and sun rising, and a hard-coded light mode button and a hard-coded dark mode button. So can you add that next button in this menu at the top where those three buttons are? And can you remove the as the day is, and that's the current same as system, but I don't want it to say same as system. I just want it to have an icon that represents that accurately. And then what I want is the selection that changes the theme from light mode to dark mode based on the sunset and the sun rising. That should show the actual times of day that the sun sets and the sun rises, and it should be auto set, but the user can click in, open it, and change the setting if they want to change the time of day that it goes from light to dark. Are you using the highest Claude Code model? Yes, I am using the highest Claude Code model. Or I don't know. I have a Claude Max subscription, and I'm using Opus 5 on setting high. But apparently, anything above high starts hallucinating and overworking. Apparently, according to benchmarks, some people's benchmarks. So let me see what this says. Read PM, NPM. $300 weekly downloads. Search. This is one of the most popular npm packages for hashing passwords. So anyone who logs in via the website, it doesn't actually save your password. Hashes it to like a random piece of code. I don't know if you guys knew that, if you're developers or not, but when you enter your password into a website, if it's not a sketchy ass website that's trying to hack you, they don't actually save your password like as the actual text. You could save the password as a randomly generated piece of code that gets created from the password that you enter, and then that information gets saved, so no one actually sees what your password is in the database. So like I couldn't actually see what your password is, because if I coded this website to not do that, then I could just see everybody's emails and passwords, and if I log into the database, which would be super sketch. If you're a developer, you know what I'm talking about, but if you're not a developer, then you don't know what I'm talking about. Then this is probably useful information, so you know this. Whenever you're creating passwords in your app, you want to be hashing your passwords. Unless you're trying to hack people's accounts, then I guess you don't want to hack people's passwords or hash them. Okay, so that was just information I was trying to get for this update right here. So let me just read this one more time before I answer this question. Claude is asking me another question over here. Data layer tables. Okay. Yes, can you please implement this plan? And also, I just want to add to the plan a little bit, which is, can you please use this npm can you use this npm package specifically for hashing the passwords? Thank you. Always say thank you to my Claude. Hey, have you tried Area AI? Gives you free AI models or chat. When making apps one by one, I prefer using lower models which rely faster because the tasks you give them step by step. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's very common to do like complex things with better models and then use like cheaper, simpler models for simple stuff. Like if you're just trying to like change buttons like I'm doing. But I have a question over here. Claude's trying to ask me, where should the sunrise/sunset times come from? The app currently uses no location services. Oh, so I would have to ask for location services, I guess. Real location recommended. For this plus timeline. How should the editor for changing switch times open? Interesting. Okay, I like that actually. How long do you live in Hawaii? I've been here for 3 years full time, but I first came here 6 years ago, and I stayed the entire winter. and then I went back home, and then I came back here for winter again, and then so 6 years ago was when I first came here, but full-time living is 3 years. Because I was staying here for long periods of time 6 years ago, like months and months at a time. So I've been here a while. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, guys, while it's coding. I'm back. Yes, please go ahead and start and make this implementation. And look, the plan right here looks good to me. Okay, so it just was giving me the plan of action for this change that I'm making in the app, and then this over here is still working on this update. So that's being fixed. Let me go do another update. Okay, so in the app, on our main homepage, there's a plus button that launches adding what are you doing in the actions, and when something is clicked in or added in there, I don't want it to go to the energy picker. I want the actual feeling to be added later. I want it to be quicker to add an action. Plus, I don't want there to be like a I don't want there to be a so much friction just to add a simple action, and it's just a little bit too long. So just go straight to what are you doing, and then add that straight into the list, like after it's added. And then from there, then the other information can be added. Can you just get a detailed plan of this and ask me any questions if you have any questions about how this implementation should be created? What programming language do you use to write this app? Swift. I'm not using React Native. I don't want to use React Native because it's gonna get complicated, and I'm gonna have to use Swift anyway to do some of the stuff that I'm gonna do, because I want to do complex visualizations and stuff like that, and also I want to do complex video recording screen, because this is a very simple recording screen right here, which is easy to do in React Native. But once you get into more complex stuff, like if you're trying to do like this complex visualization stuff, and also when you're trying to do more complex video recording and processing, React Native starts to need to access Swift anyways, like to do some stuff. So I would just prefer rather just doing it natively than using React Native. Compact sheet autofocusing. Okay, I'll try this. I'm gonna try this compact sheet thing first. Yeah. Yeah. When the action, yeah, this is harder. When the action is added this way, should the clock start making it focus? Okay, fine. I don't know if I want to do that though, but I guess I'll do it for now. Yeah, I've been coding. My previous business, I started coding myself by hand actually at this point it's probably 12 years ago. But you know, I just basically say 10 years to just round it. Over 10 years ago I started my previous business, and I coded everything myself. The current "what are you doing" page also lists actions already on the page. Thank you. I don't use Kimi K3, but I have a Kimi K3 subscription. Personally, the design choices of Kimi K3 seems to be worse. A row with no feeling shows gray. Glad I read that. The main perks is you hear that little audio sound that beeps every once in a while. It lets you know when things have a question, with an audible sound. It gives you these little spinning things. It shows all the agents you have open. It gives you tabs. Like, watch this. I'll show you something in a second. Last one. Do the other two entrances in your capture flow stay exactly as they are? Yes. I want to do something right now to show you how cool Herder is. Because if I can quit out of it and look at what I'm in right now. It's just a blank terminal window, just totally empty. And all I have to do is run Herder and it pulls up. See how cool that is? And it saves the agents that are running in a background session. It saves my whole terminal window setup. And the coolest thing is you can run different workstations. So you could have different sessions running in the background, and you could log in and out of them. But this is more than enough for me, because I just create new spaces, and then there's like tabs at the top too, so I could have multiple tabs. It's honestly it's enough. Just this one workspace is enough for having a bunch of agents, because I like to see all my agents running. I don't see why, for my use case, why I would create multiple sessions and workspaces that I would go out and log back into, because then I wouldn't know if the agents are done running or not. But you could have an agent, if you know one of your agents is going to be running for like, let's say it's going to be running for like 20 hours, you could just put it in a background session and just have it working without like seeing it. But I don't know, based on my experience, I feel like Opus 5 asks a lot of questions. I'm not sure if it's because I installed this what happened to my window here? I'm not sure if it's if I installed a like a superpower skill, and that's why. Superpower skill. This skill asks a lot of questions, so maybe it's because I installed this. Let me ask Claude some questions about this skill. I just have a question. I installed the superpower skill recently when Opus 5, like right before Opus 5 was released. I'm wondering if this skill starts asking you more questions about things that you are prompting about. Like in general, if I just give it a prompt, give you a prompt, will you start asking me more questions about what I want to implement if I have this skill installed, or do I have to prompt specifically to use this skill in order to start using it? Because there's a thing in here that lets you do like /start brainstorming, which lets you create like a goal and a plan for whatever you're creating, this brainstorming tag or whatever. And it's really useful actually to create like complex prompts that have a lot of information about what you want to do. But I don't know if I need it all the time, so I might disable it if it's gonna say that it is asking me a bunch more questions. But I do feel like Opus 5 has been asking me more questions in general. Copy. Let me see what this says. Short answer is yes. It's actually already active. You don't have to invoke it. Superpower skill. What it actually does. Before any response, clarifies questions. Yeah, I understand the brainstorming one. Oh. Oh, so I have to specifically say skip brainstorming, no spec, no plan. Oh, interesting. What is Claude doing over here? Oh, this is it's creating a login for this. Still working on it. I don't know how I feel about the superpowers plugin now. Part of me feels like I want to uninstall it. Maybe. What's going on, Zulu? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Well, I just started coding this app. It's not even on the App Store yet. Is my agent over here? Oh yeah, my agent's working on that. I don't like that it keeps choosing that font for buttons. Shouldn't be buttons in there. I don't want this text to be inside of buttons, so I need to update this. Just working on content for X. New database. Okay, so for anyone who's been hanging out in the stream for a minute, you know that I was working on this login screen for this page. Login page. So apparently apparently it's working. Sign in. Cool. Cool. Oops. I'm not sure why it doesn't have light mode, dark mode on the login page. I want to update this because... Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Where is the database at? Hold up, let me do something. Manage. Manage. Are you in herder right now? You don't add more agents by going down here. You add more agents by creating agents in a terminal command. You want to see how you add an agent? You just click this. Just add a new workspace. And then you just, whoops, you just run whatever you want. So like if you drop in your project, somebody who doesn't know how to use terminal, just drop in your whatever project you're working on. So and then you just go like that. And there you go. Now you have your agent right here. It just shows up in the agent list. Once you create a space, a new terminal window up here, basically, it creates another agent down here once you run it. Because it just herder just knows that it's an agent running. Because herder has like already configured itself, so it can test for different things like agent integration. Herder can detect if you have things installed, and then it'll just know that an agent is running down here. And this light mode and dark mode thing, and so for anyone who wants to catch up with what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to update this site to have a login page so that you guys can use it as well, because that's one of my biggest comments is, what is this site? So I want to make this available so you guys can use it. And then for the actual application, and for anyone who doesn't know, it's just a place to paste the information that's coming out of Claude Code, so it parses it into actual readable information, because it's so complex. Like this just looks so hard to read, and this is so much easier to read. And then there's a way, like if there's a code block, you can edit the code blocks and stuff. Like, let me see if I can find something. And it also saves it over here. But what I need to do is I need to actually log in. I'm not sure where it created this database, because I wanted a database created for this. It's not in here. Public docs. Oh, interesting. Hold up. Where did you create the database exactly? I don't see it. Let me see how this light mode and dark mode thing is working. I want to update this. Allow Money Day to use your location. Can you update the font? I don't want the handwritten font inside of this window once the actual light mode and dark mode is changing based on the time of day. That text should be the same text as like where it says the ledger, and use the font that says showing up drawn day by day. That's the font I want to be using, so I need that font to be updated. Where did it create this database for this actual site? Admin, client. I don't see it in there. I'm literally in that folder right now. It's created at runtime. Oh yeah, I need to create I need to actually create a database system for this. What's the current best localhost database server for development? Just wondering if there's any npm or anything that's out there that's simple. The cleanest. What's up, Noodle Frugal? Yeah, it is. I had Fable 5 trade. That's crazy. No, this app's not on the App Store yet. My app is I just started coding it recently. I've been designing it for I hand designed it actually in Figma, and then I ported it over to Claude Code to update it, and then I've been working on the design. SQLite is a nice and minimal. Yeah, that's what I'm using. I'm using SQLite, but I don't have a I don't have a I don't have a no, I need my SQLite database. You mentioned earlier that it gets spun up at runtime, the database, but I need to be persistent though. For my development environment. Yeah, I do have a Discord. Just type !Discord in the chat. And if anyone's wondering what I'm building, just type in !Build in the chat. It answers the question, what are you building? I spent a long time writing that. You can recommend anything local. It's pretty awesome that they made Claude Code, Claude Code is awesome, but Opus 5 is so much cheaper, and I think it's Fable 5. I think they got nervous because Kimi K3 was copying their CLI and everything that they were doing. I just have a quick question. Is there a way to build and run into a specific window when I launch the simulator? Is there a way I can add that functionality to my run.sh script that I have? Just looking for the answer right now. It is persistent. It's an ordinary file on the disk, exactly like. Okay, so I guess I gotta restart the server because the server shut down. That's what happened for my CLI text. My Vite server run down. What the heck? Can you run the server? Wait, let me open up my project because I don't know why that wouldn't load. Open up it in VS Code. You've been going crazy with Grok 4.5 Zulu. I hope you guys are out there vibe coding some cool stuff. Why am I getting the error? I'm getting the error when I run npm run dev. Failed to load the config. vconfig. Yes, 2 ways in your run. I'm working on 2 separate projects right now, guys, so if it's hard to keep track, I'm working on this website and the app at the same time. CLI text, please let me paste my information into you. I'm taking a break real quick from. Oh, that looks so much better. Okay, this update that I just made, changing this, the fonts instead of the handwritten fonts inside of Windows, like this. That previous change, that needs to be a persistent design. That needs to stay inside, I don't know, persistent design implementation, like the design.md file or something, or I don't know, there needs to be some saved information somewhere about the fact that I want the text inside of buttons and views that look like this to be using this font. There only should ever be a font that looks handwritten, should be on the actual view itself, not surrounded by a button with a gradient in the background. Do you see how the menu system currently looks? That's exactly how I'm trying to implement it. And I noticed that some places in the action, when I go into the action, to edit that, to click an action and then it pulls up the action information, that has buttons and views that are using the text inside of a view like that, and I do not like that at all. So those need to be updated, and the handwritten text should only be on the as like a background, or like directly written onto the view itself. I hope that was clear enough, but I was trying to say the same thing twice because I didn't know if it was clear enough. Sometimes I just really just go with the same thing. Oh gosh, I have to enter my, oh wait, what? Why am I getting this? Hold up. Tasks. No background tasks. Whoops. Whoops. Never stopped the server, started it, supporting it's free. My Vite, V-I-T-E, my Vite server is not able to load the viteconfig.js file when npm run dev is executed. I'm not exactly sure why this is happening. Does the rule apply to your own words too, or only to interface labels? Some handwritten inside cards is content. You wrote an entry title. I want this mainly to be the fonts just changing inside of the only views I'm trying to change right now, by the way, are the action view where it says notice how it feels, recordings, and in the just actually that's it. That's what I want to change right there, what I just said. That's the main thing I'm trying to change, and then I don't want to change anything else right now. I just want the rule to be a design rule to be not to use the handwritten font unless it's just written straight onto the view in the background. If there's some kind of a raised view that has a gradient in the background with, or if it's some kind of a button, then it should not use this written text, handwritten text. But the reason I guess I stopped you to chat about this is to say I don't actually want you to update that much in the app. Don't change that many fonts right now. It's only slight changes, the ones I mentioned. You shared live on X. Thank you so much, Zulu. What are you working on over there? Are you like using an agent to send out posts? I want my server to be running. What's up with this? Can't even read this now. It says npm runs cleanly. Alright, let's try it. Oh, it does. Okay. And there's the CLI text DB. Oh, I like the TXT. That's kind of cool. I wonder if that's available as a domain. Nobody likes GoDaddy. Every time I go to GoDaddy to check a domain, everybody's like, no. User cell. Okay, I need to go full screen for a second. Just gotta do some, I gotta type something. Okay, now I can go full, now I can go back to this. Streamer mode. When I click on the email at the bottom, I want it to hide, I want it to just show the first letter of the email and then the last letter with like a stars. You know how people do that, like they star like a hidden thing and then just show the at the end. But only do that when I click on it. Zulu, it's not a waste if I'm having fun. I'm just kidding. It's only $10. It's not a big deal. I like Vercel though. Raj Tech. Which? Oh, I thought. Oh, Zico. I got Zico, got you mixed up for a second. Which masking format do you want when the email is, I got that XQC comment at the beach the other day when I was, Zico and Zulu. I got that, it was crazy because a lot of people say the XQC thing on stream, but because it makes sense because I'm streaming, but that was the first time ever in my life that I got an XQC comment in real life, which is crazy. Improv. Here's the design. It's small. Yes, please implement this. What's weird is I can't use the copy command after I use the copy command. I wish there was a way to copy older responses, because whenever I do it like this, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it works the same. Yeah, see, it doesn't work the same. It's all broken. Interesting. Yeah, it doesn't work the same. So I'm gonna run app in the simulator to see these changes. How much I spend on cloud tokens? Probably, I don't know. I spend $200 a month on cloud subscription. All right, I got see this. The buttons in the moments kept at the bottom, they shouldn't have any text underneath it. It should just be an icon button to click to go straight into capturing. No text is needed, just the icon. Okay, you see this human? This correct human? What the heck? Round glass icon buttons. I need to update my human inside of the app. Straight into capture. Should tapping change what happens or only how the button looks? I need the text to be updated where it says begin and rest in action view. Also, I want the save and unsave button and the notice how it feels now. I want those two buttons to be similar size dimension of the begin and rest button that's up higher. I like that size And then also the recordings little section right there should be a little bit thicker as well, matching the same thickness as that begin and rest button. Okay, so as the agents are working away, there's another thing that I want to do, which is this human right here. Wait. So if I add a feeling, and then I go in here, John Lennon, that's right. John Lennon, that's the comment I want to start seeing. Not XQC this, XQC that. Let me see. I think John Lennon is... Let's look at John Lennon with the glasses. Like this. Like this guy. You think I look like that guy or no? A little bit different, huh? Is he bigger nose or something? Alright, so what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, this body is cracked. I don't get it. This is totally not what I want, so we're gonna need to fix that. And I'm not exactly sure I even want that though. Also, it may or may not be useful. So let's try to look up a human diagram. Human diagram chart. Not a chart. Drawing. CLI text. Finally, the CLI text is done working. Why is it logging me out though? It's logging me out all the time. Cool. That's dope. Okay, let's see what this says. Oh, that was that simple change. This was the Lonnie.app app updating. Do not merge to the main. Remove. Oh, merge to the main. These are the visuals for the camera. So let's just run the app. Is it possible to mod the .run/sh to load a specific window within my application? Do like some kind of a dash flag or something like that to load into specific windows directly. I'm just wondering, because the simulator plugin created that run script, which I want to leave. I want to leave the plugin the way it's working, and I want to leave the run script the way it works. But I might want to mod this run script to open specific windows in the app directly. Can you create like a simple plan of action to do that? I think the windows I'd like to go into is just go straight into, like, when you click on the arrow on the login screen, the main login screen flow, the first screen that loads, and you click the arrow at the bottom, it goes straight to loading the dummy data information into the app. And I'd like it to like load into the screen almost like that directly by running like a dash home flag or something. What are you guys vibe coding out there? Are you working on vibe coding anything right now? What tech stack do you recommend? I'm reading the comment section. The tech stack that I recommend for mobile app development, it just entirely depends on what you're trying to build, because there's different tools out there for coding apps. Building machine learning applications for future market. If you're just getting started though, I would recommend just using Swift and getting comfortable with just the normal Swift language. Learn a little bit about that. You're building a machine learning application. That's pretty cool. What should the flag surface run.sh look like? Oh. Like that. I want it to look like that. I really appreciate everyone who likes chilling and vibe coding at the same time, because I know that there's like chill. I'm a pretty chill person, so which long flags should run.sh? All screens? I honestly just want these right now. Vibe coding views awarded. That's crazy. Life is. It's interesting how our minds create the world that we're in. Zico, you want a voice channel in the Discord? Here's what I'm gonna do. What do you mean, for like talking to other people? Like, you do want to talk to other people in the Discord? Oh, okay. Okay. How do other people run their Discords? Let me look up online how other people run their Discords, because I want to make sure. I want to make mine the way that I'm not gonna talk in that public voice chat though. It's gonna get crazy in there. Everyone's just gonna join in and just start talking about whatever they want. It's gonna be crazy. I feel like there needs to be more of a structured way to do that. What am I doing? I'm ADHD typing right now because I'm trying to figure out what's happening. Oh. Oh yeah, I want to see what this says. Terminate before install. There's maybe 10 people voice chatting at a time. Interesting. Oh, you can put a limit on how many people can go in there. Okay. Thanks for the information, guys, about Discord. I appreciate that. Launch screen. Yes, can you go ahead and implement this, and then also just give me the dash flags commands that I can run once it's done, and just give me the actual commands, full commands. Yeah, right now I have build chair. I have a build chair window, and I have a build chair channel, so if you guys are wanting to share what you're working on in the Discord. Where did that one? I had one update that didn't get sent. I remember I updated it earlier and didn't get pushed to the main branch or something. Let me ask Claude. Earlier today, I did a change. Should be in the GitHub repo from earlier, which I changed the plus button on the home screen at the bottom, you know, where there's a camera and the heart, and to the left there's a plus button that opens up to add action, and then it pulls up the list of actions. And I was creating a shorter, I wanted to create a shorter a easier way to add an action that's happening, and without going into the flow of the energy and the feelings wheel, so it could easily add something to the list of actions quickly, and then they could update it later in the actual view, the feeling. So I'd made this change though already, and I just want to look at my history and see where exactly that commit went. Is it still located on a branch somewhere in the project, or maybe a working tree somewhere? If it's not available to get back, then I'd like this app to be updated, and just ask me whatever questions you have to make sure this is implemented properly, and then create the detailed plan if you can't find the actual commit in Git. It's weird because I actually implemented that like a while ago. It's not actually showing up in the build. The other thing I noticed is when I'm logging in on this login screen, there's no light mode. So when I log out, it's not actually a light mode on this login screen. For the login page, I want the light mode, dark mode switch in the top left to still be there. Incorrect password. Incorrect password again. Probably should make a way to change password in this CLI text thing. Done. Merge to main. User, admin, GitHub, working tree. Okay, so these are the commands that have been added into my run.sh build script. What does this F mean? Oh, okay. For anyone who doesn't know, I created a simulator plugin for Claude Code. It's a plugin that's installed on my computer right here, iOS Agent Simulator, and what it allows me to do is run the simulator from command line, and it also allows Claude Code to run it as well. So I don't really like to tell Claude Code to run it on its own because, you know, whatever. So there we go. It works perfectly. I like that. --H. What does --H do? --H home seeds the sample data and drops the book, the same thing the arrow does at the beginning. What does this command do? Is this the same as dash dash home or no? Oh. Wait a second, what? It lost check. You want me to look at the Discord? Hold up 1 second. I just want to figure out what's going on with this issue. So here's the thing. The issue I'm having is that I lost some some work I did earlier, and I'm not exactly sure why that would have happened. So I need to figure out why that would have happened. Okay, this is very interesting to me because I had 2 sub-agents running, and I had working trees created because every sub-agent is working in a separate working tree. And you said it's also worth mentioning that the main branch moved during this conversation to 95B7B36. And so I'm just curious if this is actually a issue where if I'm having 2 sub-agents running at the same time, then one of the sub-agents is not gonna what they're doing is not gonna get commit back to the main branch. Because everything should be eventually getting commit back to the main branch. The changes that are being made go off of the main branch into a working tree and then get pushed back onto that same branch. So why did I lose this change while I had 2 agents running? I need to uncover this issue so I could fix the way that my working tree sub-agents are handling changes. If this is conflicting or something, I need this information and uncover this issue that happened. Honestly, I wanted to install someone else's sub-agent thing, but the only issue is that it wasn't working with my plugin, the iOS simulator plugin thing. Thank you. Is your background a green screen? No, it's not. It's actually real life, which is awesome, and I'm super grateful to be able to be. This is life, and you are this life, and I am this life. Yo, what's up, Arcade? It's a beautiful day today. Green grass in a blue skies. I want to get some of these colors into the app. I want the app to catch some of the energy from outside, and I want it to go into this app. That's my main objective with the design. For anyone who doesn't know, I just started coding this app, so I'm going to be working on it for a long time. It's not like a small project, it's a big project. And it still needs a lot of work to be done, so. Get branch, no merged main. I need to read this because this was the issue that I've been trying to uncover. What is going on with Claude Code is hacking my freaking computer, and it's changing the size of my browser window all the time. Cracked. Should have never gave access to Chrome. Why is it doing that anyways? What is it doing in here? Crazy, crazy. Okay. Is there a way to tell Claude to only open Chrome browser tabs in a separate window? Claude started debugging in this browser. I'm having an issue where Claude is opening up browser windows and resizing my Chrome browser automated. I need a plan of action to fix this. So you tell me what's going on and how to fix it. Crazy. It's like, I feel like installing Claude Code is just like installing something that's gonna hack your computer at this point. Could do anything it wants. What is with this error message? Okay, alright. Alright. What I need to know from my project is this exact thing right here. Full response. I need to know this. You asked for a quick add change and you said get a detailed plan, ask me the questions. I ran the brainstorming skill. No, right. Oh. Okay, well, can you re-say the plan to me, the original plan, and so I can read it and then we can start implementing it. What's my current usage? You're over there hitting your session limit. I still have so much. Still have so much room to use Claude. I haven't hit session limits in a while, and I don't think I've ever hit session limit. But maybe soon I will. Ah, that's so much better. Bright, dark, bright, dark. Fixed verify skill so instruction itself forbids resizing. Hold up, let me read this. I have to log back into this really quickly. I gotta fix Claude, whatchamacallit? Paste. Okay, so why is Claude hacking my Chrome browser? Is because Claude and Chrome is enabled by default in every session. That puts the browser. This project's own skill instructs Claude to drive Chrome. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'd like to update this skill or whatever Claude is doing to open the Chrome browser in a group. I notice it opens it up in a group, tab group all the time. And here's what I want to do. If there's no tab group in the browser window that Claude created, then open up a new browser window that has the Claude tab group in there. You can create the Claude tab group in the new browser window, and then I'd like you to keep using that new window. So just check for this Claude group and use that specific browser window only while you're coding. And then if there's no Claude group in the browser window, don't open the tab inside of that current window. That's what I'd like you to update this Chrome skill that you have to do. Okay, so that way I can actually use my Chrome browser without being hacked. Stop doing this. It always keeps doing that. This was me trying to look up images because I'm trying to create a human diagram of open image in new tab. Trying to create a human diagram. But I don't want there to be muscles, I don't think. I want it to look more like flowy. Okay, we don't want to get too crazy here, guys. Yikes. Yikes. One second. I need to go full screen for a second. Guess how old I am. If you can get it right, you win. Kiki's life, you really love that. I do have it right here. Trust. I have it right there, Kiki. 27? Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I'll take that as a compliment. Your permissions. Slash copy. Both changes are in. New browser preference applies to every project agent and sub-agent. Always open tabs before any browser tool. Okay. Two things to flag. The sub-agent added a clause I didn't specify. It's a user's window and they stream live. What? What does that mean? I never said that. Fane, I guess I just said I'll take it as a compliment. That was my response to your number. G-Day, what's up? How's it going? Boofy, how's your project going? You still have more credits available in your subscription. Browser tools still load in every session, including repos with no web surface. Okay, so now whenever I make changes, like update password change, there's no way to update your password on this website. So if you forget your password, you're just out of luck. You're just out of luck. Should I leave it like that? How funny would that be if I just left it like that? You just have to give it another email. Just give it another email and give it another password. Game over. Game over. You lost. Hey, Kinstar, new here. What are you building? I'm currently building a iPhone app that's J35. J35. Okay, J35. I'm glad you're in the chat right now because I was thinking about you because I know you love building games. And I'm glad you came in here right now because I just all my agents just paused in for a second. And I wanted to say this, which is I'm thinking about making as a side project, spending like maybe 20% of the time working on a game. Because I want to make a game where like we could play it together. But it would be like a game like that's what I would like. Like, I don't know. I want to make a game that I would like. And that's also multiplayer. So we could all get in the game together and start playing it at the same time. Like, I love playing the games that you make. I wanna like make my own now. And so just like as a side project, I want to make one game though. I don't want to make like personally. I don't want to make a bunch of games. I just want to make one game, put time into it, improve it, update it. I wanted to work on the iPhone too, though, kinda. And then and then obviously I'm making my app, so my app will be like the main thing, and then I have my music. Then I want to make more music too with AI because I want to get better at making music with Suno because I think if you get really good at it, you can make some sick songs. But I'm not that good at it yet. I think there's like room for improvement because it's a very simple AI. You just give it one prompt. It's hard to like. I guess you could edit the songs. There is an editor, but so making songs, making this app, and then making a game, I think those things will be, that's plenty of things to do, and I want to focus on doing those things. But the game is going to be probably like 20% of my time, and then this app is going to be like 80% of my time. And the only reason I'm going to do the game is because of AI. If it wasn't because of AI, I probably wouldn't have time to do the game. That's why AI is the coolest thing ever. Because you can actually have time to do multiple things. But it's just for fun though. Game is just for fun. Of course. What else are games for? Opus 5 or GPT 5.6 Sol. I would say Opus 5, and then I would say GPT 5.6 Sol for generating images. If you want an image that's decent, I think that's the best tool for that. I think also for smaller changes, for quick like changes, it's probably better to use Sol. And then for like more design work, I would say Opus if you want like a good design for an app or something. But I don't know, you could also ask a good design. You could ask, I think GPT 5.6 makes good designs too in images. I'm not sure how good it is at coding designs though. Okay, let's have it redo this human thing. I want to create a human diagram. Human diagram. Human diagram. Simple. 3D. art. Yeah, I want Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci. Okay, let me just say it. Let me just start saving images. Save images. This is always what I do when I just start trying to create something, is just start downloading a bunch of images. This is cool for some reason. Save images. You know what always has cool images is oh, I like a aura field. Like a aura field. Let's go to Midjourney. Midjourney. Spiritual body diagram. I want there to be a part in the app where a human body is being drawn like this, something like this maybe, and then it allows you to like select certain parts of the body to give detailed information about the feeling section. But I am just trying to find something that looks cool but also simple at the same time. Don't want it to be too complex. Why does Midjourney always have the best images? It's like, I don't know what it is about it. I don't like the pants, because it really should just be the body only. I like this dot thing. I really like this dot thing. Wait, stop. Just posted third product video today, getting ready for August 1st launch. Let's go. You posted it in the Discord, or where'd you post it? Billy, saw your discipline made you lonely video. I feel you, G. Yeah. For anyone that hasn't seen that video on my uploaded video post, I've been like a really disciplined person most of my life. So you guys know, like, sometimes I'll come in here and I'm super hyped up and I'm having fun. I'm happy because I'm super in alignment with what I'm doing. And I like connecting with you guys too. But like when I was coding previously, I was really I really was coding alone, guys. Like I coded by hand, not with AI. It took a long time and it took a lot of energy. Well, I don't know about energy. It took a lot of mental focus, and I pretty much gave up like a lot of connections with friends to work on the app, and I was working out, I was eating healthy, and I was coding my app, but I just got really, really lonely because I wasn't interacting with people because I kept coding by myself. That's why I love vibe coding, because one, it's way faster, it's way more fun to code, and also like I honestly feels like it's a blessing. It feels like the biggest blessing into my life ever. And then live streaming to connect with you guys who are also out there coding and doing stuff similar, like just like two of the biggest things that were holding me back from like feeling like I could, you know, two of the biggest things that brought me into depression, this vibe coding like solves. Like AI makes it more fun to code, and then I mean, don't get me wrong, I was still having fun coding. Like I loved coding when I was a kid. It just kind of got burnt out from doing so much work and being pressured by money and stuff. And then I had to learn to not allow myself to be so pressured by my worries and my fears and stuff. I let that take over, and I didn't realize I was letting my fears take over. So here we go. I got this little diagram here. I don't know. I don't really like it. So the one I like the most is probably an error message. Get the Claude code, copy paste. What do you mean? What is that? Claude code, copy paste. Oh, I see. The tool that I use. Copy paste Claude code. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I know what you're saying. It's gonna be open sourced. I just want to make sure it's working properly. I mean, it is working properly, but I'm just like the login system. Body 3D. Ooh, body 3D. Clark, you've been using Clark? Okay, let me see if I can just create a thing off of this. Let's go into Codex. And drop in these images. I think I just want this one, and this one. I want to create a body diagram that's capable of spinning around in 3D. I like the dots, the one that's creating the dots a lot. And then I also like the lines. Like, I don't know, I like, for some reason I feel like dots and lines would be cool to have a body. And then But it could just be dots, honestly. I want the dots to be uniform though. I don't like how they're ununiform in the dots thing. They should be small, uniform, and it should be spinning in 3D. And what I want created is I want a front-facing 3D rendering, and then I want a like 3/4 angle rendering, and then I want a back rendering, and I want that in one image of this front 3/4 back, and I want it to be drawn out with dots in a 3D shape. And the images I'm sending you, these are just references to like bodies, but ultimately I want this to be created with only 2 colors. Just use black and white and dots. That's how simple I want this to look. Okay, so whoever was talking about GPT 5.6 and I was talking about images, this is what I'm talking about. I think GPT 5.6 Sol, it just creates image renderings so well that it's better than Claude, I think. It's better than Claude. Moonshot AI has released the weights of Kimi K3, so now you can download the entire model. What? Kimi K3, Moonshot AI released the weights. Oh, is that what you're talking about? What's the point of downloading it? Moonshot AI has officially released the model weights for Kimi K3 today, fulfilling its promises to make them free, publicly downloadable. The world's first open weight model in 3 trillion parameter classes. So, what the? Oh my gosh. So this makes Kimi K3 the fully open source, the best fully open source model that you can have. Is that correct, guys? The licensing nuance, open source versus open weights versus open source. Like many modern frontier models, Kimi K3 is technically an open weight model, which differs from a traditional open source. While it technically holds the title for the most compatible model for publicly downloadable weights, it's not the most practically open model. It's really slow. Ask it how much RAM you need to run it. How much RAM do you need to run this open weight model? Like, what are the specs of your system do you need to run this model on your own? you need 800 to 6,000 gigabytes of VRAM. You need approximately 84 NVIDIA H100s. So even though it's open source or whatever, open weight, it still means the only people who are going to be using it are like companies that can afford to run the hardware to run this model. Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. So, okay, so this is why people pay for subscriptions. That's why people pay for subscriptions. Oh, it's too realistic looking. It needs to be more unrealistic looking. Can you make the character a little bit more like a spiritual vibe to him, like legs closer, arms wider open, also like head a little bit smaller, just more looking like a anime style character. Also, can you make the dots like a little bit less uniform and more like sporadically like, and they're too uniformly spaced, and I want them to still create the same like, I should want the characters still be able to be seen though, like visually. Do you see what I'm saying? Like just add more artistic taste to the actual human. Also, I want I want one more version of the character drawn out, which I need 3/4 with his face facing the camera, because currently there's a 3/4 but he's facing backwards. So it should total in 4 human drawings in the end. How is it useful now different data centers can host this model? Yeah, like, because now basically Kimi K3 is going to be the default model for a lot of people who want to create an AI from, because it's a starting point, right? Because if you can launch an AI that's competitive with Opus, or Claude Code, then you can at least start getting it working, and these companies can start having people use it. But to be honest, I think Anthropic has so many people using their tool right now that the amount of things that their AI is learning from a coding standpoint and design standpoint is astronomically high, because so many developers are using Anthropic. So their model is learning really fast, and it's learning all the edge cases. So I think it would still be kind of hard for someone using Kimi K3 to catch up with where Anthropic is at, because it's all about usage. Like, let's look up this. How many people are using Kimi K3 versus Claude Opus 5? So why isn't it just giving me a simple answer? It doesn't know. Global versus regional dependence. Can you just give me overall worldwide, like two straight numbers. It can be averages too. It doesn't need to be perfect. Claude Anthropic model averages roughly 35 million monthly active users worldwide, and Kimi is 15 monthly active users. 15 million. So 35 million versus 15 million. That's actually a lot more than I thought for Kimi K3. Because it's mostly in China, that's why. So mostly people in the US are using Claude and people in China are using Kimi K3. That's what you're trying to tell me. Yeah. That's what's happening. I like this drawing way better. This one looks weird. This one looks good. But the hand's getting cut off. Okay, this looks decent. I just want you to update it so that his hand, there needs to be more space to, like, it needs to be wider, because the hands are almost touching, and also at one point the hand's getting completely cut off on the second guy. And then also, can you just totally remove the, I don't know, it's good. Did you see that? What's the one thing that you have made that you're proud of? I think the information that I've been learning throughout life is the thing I'm most proud of. And then not like the information. I wouldn't say information. I would say the things I learned outside of reading anything. Things I learned from life by just paying attention to life. I think I'm the most proud of learning. But what about you though? What about you? I'd like to add a new button in the menu. I will put this below the ledger and above the mind universe, and I just want it to be called calendar. And this calendar is specifically to visually show the like it would show the day, much like just a regular calendar would. And what would happen is it will show the times that the action was started and stopped. And so it'll show throughout the day like where the actual actions lay on a calendar throughout the day. And when you click on one of the actions that are being displayed in the calendar, it opens up the action view. And it also displays the feelings that have been felt during the time as well. And actually it could be cool because there could be like almost a section that shows the actions and the times that was going on, and then there could be like another little section to the left that has little dots of when like feelings were captured, and it could have the actual color of the feeling like on the side of the calendar to the right. Yeah, that could be a very interesting implementation. Or it could be within it could also be within the actual action time that it's happening. When the feeling's recorded, it shows like a display of the time where the feeling was captured. I don't know, it's just very interesting how this could be displayed. Can you help me create a detailed plan of action for creating this? Please, thank you. What's up, Prime Ash? Welcome to the stream. Automotive, yeah, good question. All PDWs. Exclamation point build in the chat. That will bring up the Medium article that I wrote explaining what I'm building. Simple answer is I'm helping. This app is meant to help increase awareness around actions and the intentions behind them. Billy, have you thought of replacing your Whisper sub with a free open source alternative? Let's look up online to see what we got going on. Can you list me the best alternative for Whisper Flow, which is a speech to text application? The reason why I like it, let's just say what I like about it first. It uses AI to correct misspellings, and also if I say the same thing twice, it fixes it. It'll remove one of the things I say twice, or it'll like make things like that. I don't know. It just makes what I say like better written for Claude Code. So I like that. It does that auto on the fly. And I also like that it does this little thing like that. What the heck is that? I don't even know. I also like that I don't know, it saves everything. So like all my words, almost 100,000 words are saved in here. So I can go back in history and like see what I was saying and copy whatever I said. So I feel like, let's see what these ones do. What's the best it would, you know what I mean? There has to be a reason to move over to a different one. So probably not, but let's see what this does. This has 2,000 stars, so this is a free flow, they call it. The thing about this is like what happens when people stop updating this, or the guy who's managing it stops working on it. Because that's what happens sometimes with open source projects, is the person who's working on it stops working on it because they're tired of managing an open source project and not making any money from it. And then it stops working. It doesn't stop working randomly. It just, what happens is Apple updates their code and how their computers work, and then the app needs to be updated to continue working well. And then if the developer stops working, then it stops working. So for a tool like that, plus I could also vibe code. Apparently, like, it's pretty easy to vibe code speech to texting, but the only thing is the history and the AI updating the text live. I feel like that would be a bit of a tricky thing to add. Not the saving what you said, that's easy. It's more updating the text live. Like when I type something and say it, it happens pretty fast. Why is it so small? I like this one. The AI edits what I speak like almost instantly. It's pretty insane. And I feel like that would be hard to vibe code. I mean, it's possible to vibe code that, but I'd rather just work out what I'm working on, to be honest. Oh, here we go. Ask a bunch of questions. This is the questions it's asking me for the calendar menu thing that I was asking. Record real spans. Add session. Add action. Starting. Oh wait. Let me chat about this. Chat about it. Before we get into those questions, I want to just add some more information, which is that all of the data that's being saved for now, like eventually this is going to go into the database. So I need this to have the intention of being saved into a database, all this information. But for now, I want this information, like the time of the action starting and stopping and stuff like that, and where it falls onto the calendar and just all this stuff, all the information. I want it to be temporarily saved each time the app builds and runs. And obviously I have the seeded data that gives like dummy data to launch the app with. So I like the dummy data. It's been working well, and any data that gets added within the app during the session should just get saved per that session. And I just wanted to make sure that I added this information into the prompt and into what we're working on right now. So now we can get back to the questions. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to create this human in the human thing in my test project that I created to work on this. And it created a terrible implementation of this last time. So I want to re-update it with this. I want the human, the drawn human, completely redone, because the way that it's operating and it looks terrible in my opinion. So I dropped in an image here that I created that gives a depiction of what I want the human to look like when it's being drawn out with these dots. Just a reminder, I want these dots to be like floating in space, almost like they're atoms, like floating in outer space, but just like a little bit, you know. And somewhere you can look to see how this is being implemented is you can always check and see inside of the app under the Mine Universe in the Lanide app, which I can drop the actual project folder into there. But there's a brain in there that's currently being rendered in dots, and so you can use a similar implementation as that. You could use the same dot drawing code that's being written over there and use it for this human, and you can see the human depiction that I gave you in the image in the prompt. So please use that drawing as the drawing for the human, and please delete the current implementation of this human. Just erase it the old one. Just get rid of all of it, start over from scratch, and use the information I'm giving you in this prompt to recreate this. Here is the actual Lonnie Day Mind Universe, where you can find the Mind Universe code. What's up, Aaron? I can't say, but I wanted to drop a real quick and send you some good vibes. Let's go. Thank you. I just saw your message. I does not do what they... So. Yeah, Zico, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm super hyped. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone new who's subscribed, liking. It really means the world to me. If you saw my main channel video about being lonely and disciplined, you will understand how much it matters to me to connect with people that are on a similar wavelength to me, and also like vibe coding, but also like trying to understand the mind, trying to understand life in a deep way, because that's what I'm here doing. I'm creating an app to fully understand ourselves as human beings, and to get to the bottom of the reason why I am in the situation I'm currently in, and also why anyone else, why you guys are in the situation you're currently in. This app is being designed to help understand your mind and yourself, so you can create the life that you would like to be living, create the circumstances in life that you would like to be in. Today, swipe to other days recommended. How should the new figure shape actually be built? The old one is 21 blended. That's the main reason it reads rather than the atypical figure. Ship a 3D human mesh. What happens to the rest of the app tapping, please? Gotta answer this. A thin mark at the written. Wait, what is this asking me? Some actions never get clocked, written down, but the timer has never started. I want them to be displayed at the time that just leave them off entirely, actually. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Zico, you think I need to turn on that? I don't even think I can do that yet, to be honest. The atom drift. What should the motion actually feel like? Wander in place. Wander in place. I want you to look into the Mind Universe in the Lonnie Day app, specifically to tell the light and dark modes, because that's being implemented already in there with the light and the dark and the colors and the dot implementation. Okay, so the human diagram that I'm creating is being created now, and we're gonna see how it's gonna come out in the app. It should be kind of nice. I don't think I initialized. Did I initialize a simulator in here? I just have the old one. Delete. I'm gonna delete it, and then I'm gonna initialize it. So let's just go. Oh, I should probably create. Okay, cool. I want to initialize something inside of here, which is the simulator. Sim init. So that way I can run the simulator once it's finished. Is it a human boy or a girl? It should be, honestly, it should not be able to be, well, I guess it could be a guy, I guess, because, but it should be more like unisex. So I should probably take the nipples off of it. Oh, I need to stretch. What gets deleted? Oh, let me look at this project you said. Maybe fork Project Ari. That project would be crazy. Let me look at this. Oh, this is one of those live streaming things. But it's too realistic. I mean, it's not realistic, it's anime. A container for Sol. Super cool though. No, it's on 2D. It's a screen 2D avatar. Oh, interesting. Restore plus patch the pin. What is it asking me? Your committed SH is customized. Oh, did Claude finish this? Wait a second. What is this asking me? This is the next part. You said you weren't sure about where the feelings go. Can you, I don't want to do it side by side as you're creating it. I just want you to create a quick thing that you can load into the browser to show me a couple implementations of the calendar with the feelings. Actually, could you give me 3 different concepts that you could implement, and then I'll pick between those 3, and then from there we can just go on to the next stuff. I don't want to stay stuck in the browser. I just want to answer this one question. So just use the browser for this, answering this one question, and create these HTML files. It's gonna be super cool when I get that. Like having a Kai on your screen that you can talk to and stuff. That's super cool, J35. I'm super excited for getting this game started. I have an idea in my head that has no visual representation. Like I have nothing I can show you right now. But I thought about it before I got live on stream today. I was like, dang, I really would love to create a like simple multiplayer game, so then I could load it up and we can go on there all together, and we can start playing this game on stream. That would be super cool. And that way it will be like a interactive thing for us to do together, as well as while I'm like coding this app. And I kind of want to make it like so we can test it out together, the game. It would be cool if we could all load into the game together and I could have a public server going. Because with the iPhone, the thing about the iPhone app, like with the simulator, is like you guys can see what I'm doing and stuff, but you can't like, oh, why isn't that working? This should be opening up This should be opening up in a separate window. What the heck? Oh, it's coding it right now. I always said. I gotta exit this. And then this could be implemented. Two things worth pushing back on before I write the spec. Whether the shader-based rim system is the right call. The alternative is accepting a flatter figure that's identical from every angle. Whatever is going to be easier to render into the app will be better, because this specific human needs to be quickly rendered, and so I would just optimize more for the speed of the rendering and actually working well in the app, so it's not like having to overwork to launch this diagram, human diagram. If you plan on building a real-time multiplayer game, you can also look into Space-Time DB, which is really good for real-time multiplayer. Oh, interesting. How will you market? I have a bunch of ideas, probably interacting with other people who do stuff on social media, most likely. Let AI ship the whole backend glue free. Interesting. I'm looking at this link that you sent me. J35. Is your background real? Yes, actually it is real. And this is life. This is life itself happening. Super chill vibes today, guys. Super chill vibes today. Revision bake cloud shipped the results. Equipped. What flows from that? 6 primitive now costing nothing. Real-time cost. Iteration stays fast for me. Correct file. Shall I write this up the spec? Yeah, you can go ahead and implement this. I think this is a good design. We don't have to write it up. I think it's good to go at this point. Sorry, maybe Steve Jobs, I didn't mean to trigger you in any ways. Which concept should the calendar use for the feelings? Which concept should the calendar use? A, B, or C? Yeah, Herder is pretty awesome. Seriously. A, B, or C? What difference is... Oh. Interesting. Actually, I don't like any of these implementations. I think the feelings should just be shown inside of the action that was taken in the actual window calendar feed. So if the time spent doing that action is long enough and it's a big enough box in the calendar, then it should just show the feelings that are associated with it as like items underneath, and the times, kind of like if you look on the actual homepage of the app, how it shows the last feeling that was recorded with the time stamp. Just something like that is much more simpler. I feel like that's probably the way to go for now. I'll take that as a compliment, Matt 3D. I appreciate that. I like anime a lot, actually. I think my favorite anime is probably either Hunter x Hunter or but the first, I like only the first few seasons because it starts to die out. And then I like Demon Slayer too. It's pretty dope. What anime shows do you guys watch? You're waiting for the release of The Legend of Kaimuki. That would be so cool. That is why I want 2 characters that are in my app, because then you can make movies and stuff. Browser closed. I think I probably should do that. Browsers closed, the server is down. Yeah, looks like to me. I think I might, because the characters I currently have, I like the styling of them. I like the colors, I like everything. So I'm probably gonna keep using that. But I wanna play around with more like I wanna make a monkey. I wanna make a main character. I wanna make basically a new version of Kaimuki, even though I like Kaimuki a lot. You like the Bleach anime? Like Sanji. Oh, I like One Piece. I like the Netflix real life version of One Piece. Did you guys see that? There's another type of implementation I want to make. There's another thing I want to add to here. I had to get my phone out real quick because I have an image on my phone that I need to get onto my computer. But this is my phone. For anyone who doesn't know, I use my phones as cameras for live streaming. So technically, I don't have my second camera right now when I take this off. But I need an image screenshot. From my phone. Should I do airdrop it or something? I'm gonna airdrop it. Spec written and committed to 26 calendar designed at MD landed on the main working tree. Yep, please implement this. You can go ahead, do it. Do you think the content is more important than design? What do you mean? You mean the content inside of the app? Or I think a bad design could ruin the a poorly designed app can ruin the functionality, can ruin like the purpose of it. Because I've seen people's apps be so, or websites, apps, whatever you want to call, any kind of software. I've seen some software be so poorly designed that people don't know how to use it, and then therefore it's just like the functionality of it gets unused because it's not easy to use. So I would say that it matters, but if you have something really useful, it depends, because if something is extremely useful, then people will learn the complexities to be able to do what your thing does. But if you're making an app for like the general public, then the usability really matters. Or if you're making something that's more complex, like for software engineers, if you're making something that's like, depends who's gonna end up using in the end. It's like a super technical person uses it in the end, or a non-technical person. So it's really your own call on that. But I think just look at Apple as an example, because they do some pretty complex stuff in their software, like with this camera, this video camera, how it's capturing the light. It's capturing two different images at different exposures and then re-rendering it all live with the software. But the actual buttons that I press on the phone is like 0. I don't have to press any buttons. I don't have to tell it to do this or do that. It just does it, and it just works. So I think the best thing is to make it as simply usable as possible, no matter how complex it is, because the more simple something is, then the more people will understand it. Or like, especially if it's something like the camera. Like the camera is it should be as easy as point and shoot, but some cameras, they give you all the settings, you know. There's a lot of airflow. I get a lot of airflow, so I actually woke up, I was kind of chilly this morning. Okay, alright guys, so here's what I'm doing. I'm waiting for these agents to be finished their job, and I have another idea that's on my phone that I want to implement into the app, and I just need to turn on, I think, Bluetooth, so I can what's it called, airdrop. There we go. There we go. Okay, so Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you can improve it in all angles, the better it'll be. Okay, so here we go. I have this, which I want to give it to Claude to implement, so let's try it. It's just a reporting. I have a way to add reporting on this page, so I'm trying to imagine something in my head right now. Okay, here's what I'd like to add. I'd like to add another list item in the menu, and this list item, I want it to go I want it to go below the Mind Universe, but I want it to be one of the buttons, like the Ledger in the Mind Universe, in the menu. And what I want this to be is a diagram. I want the label to say analytics for now. I might change it later. And then I'm gonna drop in an image with this prompt that shows what I want to do with this analytics. I want a circular wheel to be drawn out that shows the amount of time spent on a specific action. So if I record my actions for the day and say I spent this much time doing this much time doing that much time doing that, I want the total amount of time recorded to be depicting itself in the wheel, filling up the entire wheel with the total amount of time that's been recorded today doing anything. And then I want the ability to click on different portions of the wheel, and that displays the action information below the wheel, the name of it and the feelings and stuff like that. And I would like the wheel to have the colors within the app, so just disregard the colors in the black background that are in the screenshot that I'm sharing. Use the colors within the app in the dark mode and light mode. And then this wheel is just depicting the last day. So each day, if I scroll to the left or to the right, it goes to a different day when I'm looking at this analytics tab page. So I want this implemented into the app. So if you have any questions about it, let me know so we can create a detailed plan for this implementation. So I'm dropping in the image there. I'm adding the long description that I just gave it. And now I have 2 sub-agents working on that. I have the human diagram being created. And let me check my usage, because I'm at Only 6% usage for all models. Current session 12%. Why is current session 12%? Oh, I see. I haven't been using Fable, so that makes sense to be at 0. I've been using Opus 5 pretty much for everything, since it's half the price of everything. Matt 3D, do you need to write code anymore at all? No, if you don't want to. If you want to pay Anthropic to do everything, then you don't have to. Yeah. I have so much bandwidth to execute agents. I can keep on working. I mean, we can keep going. I can launch even more agents, but the thing is then they start to ask you questions like this. When you say the record time fills the entire wheel, does the full circle mean the total? The actions chip color recorder. Tapping a slice shows the section below the wheel. How much should it show? Below the wheel, do you also want the rank legends list for the screenshot? Yes. Yes. And yes. Billy, your energy seems low today. You should try the Lonnie Day app. It will help you find the best version of yourself. Yeah, yo! I'm locked in. No, I'm unlocked. I'm unlocked, guys. I'm not locked in. How should moving between apps work? Swipe the wheel plus the date. How should moving to the days work? Should the wheel keep ticking while a timer is running? Let's go! Guys, Lonnie Day is about having a heavenly day. It's okay if it's peaceful. If it's a peaceful day, here's the thing, because I know you're saying that you should download Lonnie Day to get your energy up. And I think the main thing is that Lonnie Day is you know, it's okay to be at peace. It's okay to be peaceful and chill. It's okay to be the energy that you are. It's okay to be in fear, guys. Like, we're not here saying, oh, fear's the enemy of life. Fear is what brought me to understanding that I want to choose love. And so I think fear has a important role in life to understand what it's like. It's like touching a hot stove. You touch a hot stove, you're like, dang, I'm not touching that again. And I think what my app does is it brings awareness to like the because I touch a hot stove, but I don't realize, because it's not seen, the hot stove that I'm touching that's making my experience of life worse is not able to be seen because the stove that's hot is inside of my head. You get what I'm saying? So I think Lonnie Day brings awareness to when you're kind of touching a hot stove and you don't realize it. Each action already has an icon, the chip symbol, a book, reading for the dumbbell for the workout. Draw them in the slice like your screenshot. Each action already has an icon. I was living in fear and stress for a while before I realized what I was doing. So the app is meant to help that. That's what it's about. Don't check Discord. Would you post something? Each action already has an icon, the chip symbol, green. Yeah, let's just do that. When the page first opens, is anything selected? Nothing selected. When should the page be presented from the menu? Chat about this. Want to chat about this? Don't check Discord. Zico's saying the same thing. Okay, guys, I'll check Discord in a second. I need to do this prompt. What I want to do here is I want the now I forgot what I wanted to do. Each action already has an icon. Draw them in slices like your screenshot. Two got through icon plus timer with slices and nothing selected open. Wait a second. Now I can't remember what this does. Two got through, okay. Icon plus time. In wide slices only and nothing selected on open. The last two presentation style empty day state are still open. Each action already has an action. Draw them in slices like your screenshot. When the page first opens, is anything selected? Nothing selected. How should the page be presented from the menu? A day where nothing was ever timed, what shows? Okay, can you just implement whatever makes the most sense in this part of the app? I don't even remember what it said. Now I'm just gonna go check Discord. Jeez. That's what it's like live streaming, I think, because I think what people who don't live stream don't realize is that live streaming and coding at the same time is way more challenging than just sitting at home vibe coding without live streaming. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What are you guys putting in here? What are you guys putting in here? Me after trying Lonnie Day. Claude, Billy. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. What are you guys building? We got Aaron. I have my own custom herder. Aaron was in here showing his herder windows. Ooh, look what he's got going on his screen. Cool. That's a cool theme. More details and installed script. Here it is. Cool motion. Aaron jumps between Claude Code, Pi, Codex CLI, and OpenCode. Still haven't landed on the exact stack. Interesting. Alright guys, go to Discord. If anyone is new in here or doesn't know about the Discord, go in there and chat it up. It's about sharing what you're working on, build share. And it's also about this. I wrote this, so make sure to read the welcome section, please. I don't want to create a voice channel yet, Zico. That's gonna be soon. Coming soon voice channel. Is there a way to send voice messages? I do want to create a voice channel though. Trust. I do want to create a voice channel. I just don't want to do it just yet. I'm gonna create one in like pretty soon. It's all time. And I want to create a bunch of Discord channels, basically. A lot of different pages for different purposes. I need to check something really quickly. My agents are running like all day. And I have to check something in the kitchen. I have to check something in the kitchen. Hold on, bye. Okay. Now we're starting to cook up some new features. I'm noticing that the round button where it says save and unsave is perfectly round, which is not the same as the other buttons on the screen. So this save and unsave button should match more closely the notice how it feels button and the begin and rest button. It should match those. Currently it's not. I think this mind universe is probably going to be implemented in somehow in the login flow. You don't want me to check Discord? No checking Discord. No checking Discord on the stream. Wait till you guys start getting your wait till you guys get your tokens back. Your credits, your usage limit gets reset, and then imagine what you're gonna be making after that. Was that a bit of a diss or no? It looks like Aaron is really over there with a sick badass setup though. It's super cool. Save and unsave button now uses the same corner treatment as its neighbor. Change. I'm just kidding. Landed on main. Working tree removed. Worth a look. Okay. Entry detailed view. It saves unsaved state, stroke overlay, and hit test. You think we can do something similar for Kayamuki? AI turning One Piece series into live action. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. That's sick. Let me copy this so I can show you guys what J35 just sent. So this is why I want characters in my app. One of the reasons is because I want to create actual the ability to actually create like a story. Someone made this. I kind of want to watch this with sound, but I just looking at the view of it right now. It's super cool. They use the characters from One Piece, but I want to have my own characters. How did they do the voice and the sound in that? Why is it an iPad? What the heck? This is the view that I'm creating where I can view the percentage of time spent working on a specific thing. It's gonna be super cool, guys. What's up, Jake? Trailblazer. Wait, no. I'm trying just to remember. Sometimes I get confused with which agents are doing what. Because I had so many agents working. So once this one finishes, I'm like, okay. What was that one again? Oh. That was just a simple change. Wow, the agents are finishing. The project's coming along really well. I have I'm making an analytics. I'm making an analytics page right now. It's opening in an iPad though, so I don't know why it's doing that, but whatever. Build succeeded, 0 errors or warnings. I read the screenshots later. Okay, let me run this in the app. I don't know why it's opening in an iPad. I kind of want to ask it that, but it's this one. It's this agent that's still working that's opening in an iPad. So I'm just gonna ask it in a second once I'm done. I'm just gonna run the app. Oh, that's not right. Still needs a lot of work. Looks too real. Should look more unrealistic. The calendar. I don't like the black. Can we update this calendar where it shows the feelings recorded? It shouldn't be black background. That should be white, and then the color of the text should be the color of whatever the current color is that it's sitting inside of in the calendar section for that specific action that was recorded at the time. So for anyone that doesn't know, the calendar in the app is just a visual way to see actions that were recorded. So like if I put like coding Lonnie Day and I clicked and it like started recording the time which I'm doing it, then it's like a retroactive calendar. So the calendar isn't about this calendar. I'm probably going to change the name of it because it's not really a calendar that's like a planner. It's not about planning what you're going to do later. It's more about only showing you what actually happened. Like what was the actual thing that happened. Like I did this for this amount of time. This is when I actually did it. You know, I actually started coding at this time and then I stopped at this time. And so it's like a retroactive calendar. It works like by only recording right now what's actually happening. So it's not like about planning. And then that just gives you a visual representation of it in a calendar way. And then I also have this, which is going to be implemented also, so you can see it in like a time way. Like I spent this much time doing this, and then it's going to be ordered from like the most amount of time spent doing it to the least amount of time spent doing it. And then yeah, that's going to be super cool too. So both ways are just different ways to view the data that's actually being inside the app in a calendar. So I might actually, because you see how it has the dates at the top and everything, I might actually just have a way to like toggle somewhere like calendar view, like somewhere over here or somewhere. Because it doesn't have to pull it from the bottom like that. This whole screen right here could potentially just flip into this. Do you know what I'm saying? And just give it a fresh look at the day. And then this is kind of like a way to see repetitive action. So like if every single day I'm coding, then it'll like tell me like which days I didn't code or which days I did code. And then I think it'll be like showing different colors representing like, you know, like if you're hitting like on average spending a lot of time doing it or a little bit of time doing it. So like a day that's red, it'd be like, oh, only spent like 30 minutes doing this. But a day that's blue, it's like I spent like more time doing it, maybe something like that. So you could see like visually like a full month and a full year of like how much time I spent actually doing this thing. And then also, but also there's feelings associated with it. So I could also, it could be depicting, the color could be depicting the actual energy that it was recorded during that time, because it's also about capturing the energy behind it, the action. And then also there's going to be intention behind the action too. And so there's like 3 pieces to capture, which is the action itself, the intention, and then the feelings associated with it. So I still have a lot of work to do, and I want to make it super simple looking. Like the more complex it gets, the more I want to hide buttons into the menu. I want to make sure that the actual core functionality of the app, which is just this, like record action, record a feeling, boom, simple as that. And then the things like the friends list should feel the same way, like you're just viewing your friends, boom, their day, simple. And I'm also gonna make different sections for friends. There's gonna be different, I want to make friends list, but there's also gonna be like other things to add in here as well. So I'm still cooking away over here. I got a lot of work to do still. You just started today vibe coding, first application with 5.6 Sol. Any advice for a total beginning? Just started vibe coding, first app, zero knowledge of coding. What's up, John? John, did I see you outside in the real world? Are you from Hawaii? Or no? Somebody called me XQC the other day in real life. Okay, so what's my advice? My advice is to understand how. Are you living in Greece? That's crazy. Okay, my advice to a new beginner developer, someone who's trying to code without coding because they're using AI to code, is that you want to understand how the code is being written and how it's interacting with other pieces of code. So you need to know like high level like architecture of how code is being implemented. And I would recommend looking up like package managers. So like understand that there is a whole library host of software that's already been written for you on the internet. So like npm, which is like a whole bunch of pre-written code that you can use. And you might be wondering, if you're building an app, why do I need to know about npm? Well, because if you want to save, do you want to save emails? Do you want to save phone numbers? Do you want to like save pictures or images in your app? You're gonna need to create a server that hosts a database, and you're gonna have to figure out how to connect your app with a server. So it's what's you really want to do is you want to start learning about how things communicate with each other and how things actually are functioning in the world, because apps don't just save emails and then all of a sudden you're just like you just have their email because you created an app, like, or you have their phone number because you created an app. Like, you have to create the servers that then save the data. You have to create the databases that store the images. You have to pay money to store images on your servers for people using your app, or else you're not gonna have an app that is I'm just saying, if you're gonna build a calculator that doesn't interact with anybody else, there's no people interacting with other people, and there's no photos, there's no database, there's no email, you're just building a calculator, then you can easily vibe code a calculator and have it up on the App Store in 2 seconds. I could vibe code a calculator right now and put it on the App Store by the end of today. But if you want a legit app that has where people can interact with other people, and you're like making something useful for the world, then I would recommend learning how to code and how different pieces of code interact with other pieces of code. So it's more complicated than actually it seems. So built and merge into main. So okay, I'll give one more piece of advice before I go back to coding. There's this website called Udemy, which has very inexpensive courses. So if you want iOS development, because you said you're building an app, these are very inexpensive courses that honestly, there's classes that people go and they spend money in college. They'll spend $2,000 at a college to learn the same information that this course right here, or this one. These are all different people. You gotta find which one has the best reviews. Like, this one has a lot of good reviews, but these are all just open. So like, these are all people just posting courses on this website. But go to a website like this where it has a bunch of people posting courses, and find a course that you like. Find a person you like watch their intro. Like, she'll have a little like intro video you can watch, and just buy this, and it's it'll teach you everything they're learning in school. Straight up. I taught myself how to code, and I dropped out of school because I realized that the teachers were just teaching stuff I could learn on my own. So, like, you just want to learn the basics of coding the languages that you're using. Understand that there's already code written for you that you can use. They're called SDKs, and other companies and other businesses wrote the code, and they just gave it to people to reuse. Like, Apple has a lot of like Apple documentation, you want to go to the Apple documentation, because Apple basically wrote a bunch of code that allows you to implement things really easily on phone, and that's how you make the iPhone apps. But like, for instance, like any of these tools, you guys know, like look at this, if you want to do CarPlay, you want to do something with CarPlay, then you got to come in here and you got to learn about all of this CarPlay stuff. But you could have Claude Code, just tell Claude Code, hey, I want to make a CarPlay thing, and then you can create it. But you can also figure out like what you can do by just looking in here, and you can learn about different things that you want to make. So like, I don't know, there's just a bunch of stuff like Apple Pencil. You can look in the Apple documentation. They created all this code. This is just code that Apple made for other people to implement. And so, and same with this open source project. Like, I want to show you some of these projects so you can actually see, like, I don't know if they have a list of like top ones on here, but like, for instance, this is a verification thing, but this is a little like server, lets you run a little server, blah blah. It's really popular package. But look guys, look at this. This has 141 million weekly downloads. 141 million weekly downloads on this piece of code. That's, if you had to write it yourself, it would take you a long time to write it yourself. And so companies like this offer stuff for free out there, and there's tons of things like this. So if you're a new developer, you just got to get in touch with like what other developers are actually doing, and it's a real like undertaking. Like, if you're trying to get into this seriously as a new vibe coder person, just know that you gotta start learning. Like, you gotta start learning as much as you can. Why is dark mode? What is up with the iPad agent? I would recommend learning about AI and how software communicates with each other. This is Herder. So I'm using a CLI tool, which is the OG computers. So OG computers, before you had a mouse, this is all that it was. It was just a terminal window, just an empty terminal window. Like, this is what a computer was. Right here, what you're seeing on my screen right now, this is what a computer was. And you would just type in information and you'd run commands. This is what first computers looked like. And that's what's everything that can be operated is every like major software is operated from a terminal command line thing. I mean, all the most useful things are just like a CLI basically. But VS Code is helpful because it lets you see your code and what Claude is writing. So I'd look up VS Code, and I'd also get Xcode if you don't already have Xcode. I don't know why why the agents are running all these agent things. This looks too inaccurate. It's too bad. Let me try this one. I need this project to be completely wiped and redone from scratch, and I just want you to look at the images and recreate that as a 3D rendering. And I only want you to be able to spin around in 3D space, like the feet of the person should stay on the ground and the head should stay up, and I only should be able to spin around left and right. For some reason it just can't create that correctly, because this is the third time I try to create that human, and it's using a lot of tokens to do it too. So but luckily the other things in the app are working properly. I just want to rerun the app really quickly so I can... What the heck is this guy doing? Yeah, after dark, don't worry. If you have a question, just come and ask me. I stream every day live, so... Do you know Remotion? It is a tool for motion design, and you found it pretty cool. Yeah, I have heard about Remotion. It's cool for Claude because you could take like websites and make it like a video, basically. What are the advantages of using Claude terminals? I don't know, just to me it makes more sense, and I can update it quicker. I don't know. I don't really use the app they have. It just seems clunky. Oh, it's because I can run subagents. This is a way better view. I don't know. Their application seems limited. Wipe it, start over. What's actually worth the current version? That decides whether this is a rewrite or much smaller change. Oh my gosh, so much better. That's sick. That's so sick. I love this view so much. Yes, this is what I wanted. What this is showing is how much time each action that was recorded is taking up of the total amount of actions recorded for the day. And then if you click on it, it shows the actual item underneath. Oh my gosh, it's so nice. And then it has them under here. Oh, so perfect. And I can switch the day. I love that. I actually love that so much. I like that better than the calendar view. And then there's also the ledger view too, which is just ways to view the data that's being captured. And then I think the same thing should be shown for friends list too, but I haven't gotten that far yet. I want the friends list to actually show that a camera kind of locks off at a certain point, I noticed. And I don't know why these colors are all the same over here, so I wanted to see. Okay. Does this match what you're seeing? Pick everything that's actually bothering you. I'll rebuild the denominator on it. Oh, okay. I guess I gotta rebuild this to look at it then. I don't like the way it made this human character look. Stupid. Looks terrible. Everything looks terrible. Honestly, the whole character does not look right. Like, everything just looks overall just terrible. So here's the thing. This rendering is completely inaccurate to the images that I was going for. I need this to be more in alignment with these images, and also I this time when you implement it, can you not look at the mind universe at all? Because I think that's what's happening, is maybe trying to use the mind universe dot rendering, and then this image in conjunction is causing mishaps. So I'd like you to just completely wipe the code that you wrote for this project, and then look at the images I have for this rendering, and I want you to notice that his hand on the second image is kind of being cut off on the second body image. So just note that. And I want this rendering to be draggable left and right, but the feet at the bottom and the head at the top, I don't want to be able to flip the character upside down. What's today? Today's Monday? How long have I been streaming? Okay guys, I am going to get offline so I can go get some food and go outside in the sun. It looks like a great sunny day out there, so I hope you guys are having a good time vibe coding. I hope you're making some badass things. I'd love to see what you're making, so if you're open to sharing it at any point, whatever you're making, make sure to send it over in the Discord. I'll be back tomorrow, so thank you so much for hanging out with me, vibe coding with me. I really appreciate it. I can't wait to keep on going and building awesome things. I have an idea for a game. I want to make a game so we can all play a game together. I want to vibe code some more music. I really want to vibe code more music because I feel like my playlist is limited right now, and I want to play more music because I love it. And I've been on such a chill vibe today, and I'm missing my sounds. So, anyways, I'm glad we got to hang out today, and I will see you guys tomorrow. So,